Yes. Awesome. All right. Hello, everyone. Oh, wait, I forgot my bag of cables. Hang on. There we go. Bunch of cables. That's better. So, hi everyone, and welcome to day number 49. Yes. Day 49. Awesome. Let me see. There's a couple of things I need to check before we get started because I was a little bit late. Sorry for that. And let me just check, for example, whether or not this second camera is at all playing along. Nope, it isn't. And that makes sense because I forgot to actually hook up a cable to that thing. Give me another second, please. Man. Such a professional production I have going on here. It's fantastic. Oh. My fantastic enterprise suite of sorts. Let me hook this up. And now things should be working. Let's have a look. Is this doing anything? No, it's not doing anything. Oh, fantastic. Why are you not doing anything? It's not doing anything because I have it hooked up to the wrong port. I'm gonna try it one last time. 3 times the charm. Yes, look at that. That's so much better. Right, awesome. Oh man. Yeah, is Blizzard doing worse than me? In that case, I think I'm well underway. Blizzard can hire me for their events because I think... yeah, oh well, whatever. Let me just make sure that this camera is actually in the proper focus right now. Because this looks fun and all. Ooh. Oh my god. Seriously. Oh, this room is so much fun. Okay, you... blinded myself. Of course, why not? So you go there. There's a door in... Oh. Yes. Well prepared. Very, very well prepared. This is indeed some mayhem. Might as well just go with it. This cable is too short. That's my ass in view. Put you a little bit closer. And focus, focus, focus. Nice. That's good. That's good. That's fantastic. Oh, that's so good. Right. Exactly according to plan. That's a perfect position. Right. To the left a bit. Yeah? Is that what we should do? Should we go a little bit? Just like so? So that you see my itty bitty little coffee cup here. This thing. Yes. I think this is good. Fantastic. Very professional. I feel so very, very, very pro. Let me see. Now, once I do this, and I set up my watch what happens next. If I press play on this little button, camera switching is activated, and then we're up and running. So, fantastic. Now that all that's out of the way, hi everyone. Welcome to Modular Mayhem. My name is Cukes McSalad, or Noodles McFloppy, and today is day number 49, and this is probably gonna be a technical day. A very, very, very technical day. That's what I feel like doing, because earlier today we had an awesome discussion going on in the Discord group, and this discussion was all about floppy magneticals. Yes, of course. That's oh man, speaking of which, that's one of those cool things. We're gonna touch on that too, because my god, that's just too hilarious. But yeah, earlier today we were talking about clocks, and basically it turns out that I don't know if you guys remember the last time we were talking about clocking and stuff like that, and doing shifting and individual tracking of each and every sequence track on the Ear 101, and whether or not that will be possible. And someone said, like, hey, you can actually clock all tracks on the Ear 101 individually. So what you were planning to do is totally possible. And I went like, oh, fuck yes. So the idea is to see if we can do some crazy micro phasing. I have no clue how we're gonna do it yet, but we're gonna try it, and that's probably gonna be the starting point for today. This also means that if successful, today's gonna be some ambient stuff. I kind of feel like doing some ambient after last Saturday. Who was there last Saturday? I mean, Saturday was the one where where I tried to do some 100 BPM feels kind of stuff, and ended up going full ham with a blast of ARPs and all kinds of crazy stuff. I feel like today we should chill out and go for something a little bit more relaxed. So yeah, we're gonna mess around with clocks. We're gonna see if we can get this clock thingy to work. I'm gonna need your guys' help for that. Why am I hearing an earth hum somewhere? Am I? Or am I just really going crazy? I'm going crazy. Fantastic. Yeah, so what I need from you guys is to have the manuals at the ready. And you're going to be my live help desk as we do everything today. Because I need to figure things out, and I don't want to RTFM, so help me out. We'll get it to work. Now, also, I don't know if any of you were there this last Sunday for the little store event that happened. I already see some people referencing it in the chat right now, because store was epic. It's for those of you who don't know, store is kind of the experimental side label run by no other than the legendary Mr. Speedy J. And, well, of course, for all his major stuff and everything, he has Electric Deluxe. But then whenever he feels like getting squiggly with things, he brings in store, and he just jams out. And those jams are magnificent. Like, he brought in so many inspiring people there. And every time when a store happens, he just changes up his entire setup, and he just goes along, plays the perfect host, and just see what happens, really. And he invited me for one this last Sunday. I was like, oh, hell yeah, let's do this. And we ended up doing, I think, 2 hours of ambient, down-tempo, very, very dark, atmospheric trip-hop, almost. I don't know what it was, but it was pretty cool. And somewhere at 3/4 he said, like, yeah, I don't know, today I felt like doing just atmospheric drums. So he had a 909, and some effects on it. And he didn't play beats, but he did use the 909 for everything and a 606. And it was so much fun. It was so much fun. Like, you can actually still find it, the entire session. It's it should be online at store.nl, store.net, store.nl, store something. And also on his YouTube. It was super dark. It was super gritty. And it was terrifyingly awesome. I'm super happy that one went down. That was just the day before yesterday, and yeah, it's well worth having a listen to. Yeah, I see someone here at store.nl. So STOOR.nl. Let me just type that out and stop being lazy. Or .nl. There you go. That is the one you want to have a look at. Yeah, I was super excited about that one. So that happened this Sunday. So yeah. Also, I have gained a new name. From now on, I am known as Floopy Magnuticals, and this name was actually given to me by a Google transponder kind of thing. What the hell? Anyway, one of the community members decided to set up kind of a speech-to-text scraper on all the videos so far, and kind of make like a transcription of everything that I've talked about, kind of looking for interesting things for the Academy section, where for those of you who are into modulars and are looking for some patch ideas and stuff, there's some people really keeping a list of each and every patch that happens during these jams, and just taking notes and breaking it down into, well, really super cohesive instructions on how to do some of these things. So definitely worth having a look at the Academy section on the Discord. But yeah, so someone actually put up a scraper that basically just translates everything to text. And apparently it has decided that my name from now on is Floopy Magnuticals. So I'm going with that. I'm going to wear that as a badge of honor. And that's only on Saturdays. I'll be Cukes McSalad. But Floopy Magnuticals, I kind of like it. Anyway, where's this? This is at the Discord. And yeah, definitely worth having a look at that. Because that is good. Now, so what the idea for today, as I said, was clocking things. And I'm gonna yeah, let me see. I'm gonna get deep in some things. Oh, McPickles actually also works for me. So yeah, the idea that we had last time, or was talking about last time, was about the ER101 and how it has 2 CV tracks and a gate output. Oh wow, fantastic. Let me just read this. How much time you've spent and keep on spending to be. Dayhorn. Dude, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's super awesome. And a word on persistence, I don't know. This is like, still, this is keeping me grounded very much in these weird times. Like, yeah, seriously, this is, I was just talking about it the other day, how actually this past period for me, even though I haven't played live at all anymore, and I'm missing out on a year's worth of shows or work or anything, what's happening right now with this community aspect and everything, I wouldn't trade that for anything right now. This is all this has been so overwhelmingly good, aside from everything that's going on right now in the world and such, because mind you, that sucks. But what we have been creating over the past couple of weeks, like you guys and me and people around it. Yeah, that's seriously keeping me going. So thank you so much for that. But it's this is something. Yeah, we're all in this together. So yeah, thanks. That's just fucking awesome. Stream punks all the way. Oh man, here I go getting all emotional and shit. So let me get back into my patching. So what I wanted to do, and that's my theory here, is if I have 4 clocks, and all these clocks are slightly, if then you slightly shift those clocks, of course you get micro shifting. But it should be possible to sequence how these clocks work and move around. And also it should be possible to get them back in sync when you need to. Now that is a very, very brainy patch, which I only partly have in my head right now. And we're kind of going to figure out how this is going to work. So, yeah, today's subject is going to be clocks. And for people who are here just for music, I'm not sure how long that's going to take before we get some musical results out of this, because this is going to take a bit of tinkering. But hopefully by the end of it, we'll get some interesting stuff going. So, yeah, stick around for that. That being said, it's going to be a little bit trial and error here, because I am not entirely sure yet how everything's going to work. But once it works, it's going to be sick. That's my promise right now. So, basically, the idea, the theory is, you have, if you play with a group of musicians, everyone is slightly out of tempo, you know, like people catch up on each other and people drift a bit, but in the end you're always kind of playing along in the same groove, but never exactly dead on tight. That's something which is mechanical in nature, and absolutely being super tight that's not human in a way. It's really one of the defining characteristics of machines like this, is to have everything super fixed on a grid, and even if you swing and stuff like that, you'll still always have some sort of grid. Now, how would you mess with that grid in such a way that you kind of get this elasticity in tempo, in a way that that it kind of mimics how humans feel and play and stuff like that? So kind of drifting in and out of clock phasing and stuff like that, but still landing on the same pulse whenever you need to. Now, in order to do this, we would need an individual clock for each and every input. Now, there is something about that in the ER102, which we gotta figure out how that exactly works. Someone was talking about being able to use the gate input to use the gate inputs to play to clock the other tracks. So that's something that we got to figure out first, like how to actually clock these in individual tracks. I am gonna set up a little patch so that we have something to listen to. That's probably the nice thing to do. Let's just get something going here. And meanwhile, could I ask someone to be a super awesome, cool person and look in the 102 manual for me to check out how exactly that's gonna work. So using the gate input as the clock. That's gonna be super helpful in a second. Let me see. Would the beat be on time, but the off beat a little bit off? Like, well, basically, it's not exactly the same as swing in this case. It's like it's more or less how also in classical music, for example, you can slightly speed up in tempo and then go down a bit again in tempo and stuff like that. How that elasticity applies, but then also having when you're playing just slightly not in the right timing, but still resetting to the right points, you it would kind of be like you have a swing, but then you add in extra beats in between the swing, and then you get back to it. So all those kind of clocking effects that in one part you have in classical music as a conductor to kind of speed up and slow down your entire group, and then also the effects of being almost in tempo with each other, but just not quite because you're a human and not a machine. Those things are exactly what we're going to try and figure out right now in this patch and see if that actually is gonna work out. And there's a couple of steps to this, because the first one is that we need to have individual oh man, BCA 303, thank you so much. Let me see here. Too bad you don't stream in the afternoon anymore. Yeah, actually that's one of those subjects that I'm thinking about. Like, maybe it's a good idea for me to change one of my evening streams back to an afternoon stream, because I also know that there's some people ahead of us in the future, so everything more to the east of the world, who are completely missing out on these streams because I have completely left their time zone by now. So this is on my mind, and I will probably, or I should probably, make an amendment to my schedule. So bear with me on that. And until then, thank you very much for your contribution. That is super awesome. Let me see. Where are you? Where are you? That's two oscillators doing something. I am going to start this. Oh, internal clocking. That's always a handy thing to do. And let's just have a listen to something. This is right. Patching. That was bad. Told you. Modular mayhem. That's something. And I'm just gonna get us some verbs, delays, stuff like that to play around with. But anyway, what I was talking about those clocks, what we need to do is make 4 separate clocks CVable, controllable with small steps. Figure out which what we need as a controller for those clock CVs, and how to make sure that they all kind of rubber band back in position. I have some theories on this. We had a few varying theories on this actually in the chat today, and I'm very curious to figure out what is going to be the actual way to do this. Let me see. There's this. There's this. There's this. Awesome. And there's this. Let's have a look. Oh, you have to edit the config file on the ER102 SD card. Is that what it comes down to? Huh. Alright. That might be a little bit of a pain. It should still be possible. I'm just gonna send this out here. Alright. Oh, awesome. Nick Damazi, if you want to have a pre-edited version ready. Yes, I would very much like that. Can you drop it for me on the... let me see. Yeah, can you drop it in the Discord for me? And then meanwhile, I'll just give us a little waiting room music. Put it in Gear Talk. Fantastic. That's good. I shall put this here. I'm gonna just get a clock out of this thing. Nice. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna get me in a little SD card reader, and then I'll be right back. All right. Let me see. I'm gonna take this thing. Oh, damn it. Hang on. There we go. Era 102. Gibbo, thank you so much. That is awesome. Okay, nice. So I'm gonna download the config file. Is this one of those things where I simply just drop the config on the SD and that's it?
I mean, in the appropriate folder, of course. Let me just make a folder for this before I blow everything up. And there we go. And now I had on this one. There we go. This, copy you. Let's just try this. I'm gonna drop it in here, replace this, and alright, no way back. Let me see what happens. Now, I just updated this piece. Is there something special I need to do to actually load it? Or... Oh, wow. Shop car, thank you so much. That's awesome. That is super cool. Let me see, if I just flip it back in position into admin right now. Or is this one of those things where I need to reset the system? Well, at least mine is running. What we just did is we configured the ER102 and let me see. If I go to admin mode, I just see sudo. Yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah, let's just do a quick power cycle on this thing. That is indeed the right thing to do. I'm just gonna save this one, and let me just got me this one right here, and power back on. Seems like everything is just working. Okay, so now that I have this, the question becomes, do I indeed now clock everything with the gate inputs, or is there something that we need to do for this? For everyone who's not really following who I'm talking to right now, I have some guys think tanking with me as we speak to figure out how to work all this. So if I know if that's the case, just plug a clock into one of the gates. Fantastic. Let's see if that actually works. It doesn't seem to... Well, let's have a look. Let's not be too... Let me just... For the hell of it... Okay... Let me see. So gate X for track 2, Y for gate for track 3, and Z for track 4, right? For the gate inputs. That is not doing what we expected it to do. So it must be something that I haven't properly loaded right now. Let me just have a look. Let me see, I'm gonna send track 2 a different clock. And this one is still, if I shut off the master clock, nope. That everything looks like this is not effective yet. Let me see, the ER 101, this is right now with the ER 101 still getting master clock. And in play mode, if I take out the master clock, the entire thing stops. And there is a clock going into this channel right now. So I'm kind of thinking that it is not accepting. Is there... one question, is this config file that we just used, is this one only specific to one certain firmware version or something like that? Because I can also just do that for really quick. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. Let's have a look. I'm gonna take this out. Alright, Cam 2 is indeed a little bit knocked. Let's get this one a little bit more ready here. Right. So we try this. And let me just run one more power cycle on this. Let's have a look. This is one of those things where I just now figured out that I was still on firmware version 1 point something. Well, by now we're at version 2.4. So that's going to be quite a change, I guess. Okay. That looks good. And good. Fantastic. And we go to user. Let's have a look. What this is now actually doing. Ha! Yes! There we go. We have everything working now. That's super awesome. Is this actually doing it? Yes, it's doing it. Oh, that's so cool. This is super cool. Okay. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about right now. I'm sorry about that. So what is happening now? You know, is this actually... Yes, this is one of those moments where I need to replace the camera. Or place the camera in a position where you guys can actually look with me at what I'm actually staring at. Because there is so much cool shit happening here now. And all you see is my back. So let me fix a few things and get you all to look with me at what I'm staring at, because I think this is awesome. So, long story short, I now have the ability to individually clock all my tracks. That is so awesome. That is so cool. That has me super excited. I didn't know that was possible. These past 2 weeks are... This is game changer upon game changer. Let me get you here. And we're gonna look at this thing. So let me just grab this camera. That's it. Wait. Here. Oh, where am I gonna stand? Oh, you guys. I don't know if some of you actually saw the picture that I sent of my room. It's proper crazy. There it is. The ER 101. Such a design of beauty. Oh, here we go. Ah, nice. Okay. So here's the machine. This is nice. Okay, so I have this here, and now what we have here is yeah, you can see track 2 moving at a certain pulse, right? If I move to track 1, it's moving faster. Now if I take another pulse, which I put in, for example, track number 3, it's going at a different clock. And why does this matter, you ask? Well, for the next part of this experiment, that's the reason why this is going to matter, because now what I need to do is I need to... yeah, that's probably going to be the easiest way to do this. I want to send all these tracks a clock which is almost the same, but not quite. Huh, this is gonna be so cool. This is so awesome. Microphasing, baby. Oh, I'm excited about this. I'm very curious what's gonna happen when we start doing this. That's the whole point of this. And also, thank you guys so much for your patience with me on this, because I realized that this is not the same as logging into a stream and having straight up action from the top right away. But this is study material for me, and it will greatly benefit the results in the long run. So this is well worth it. Okay, so what I've done, let me see. Keith Nielsen here. You want multiple clocks that go in and out of phase by different degrees across the same time frame. More or less, yes. That's what it comes down to. So what I want is 4 tracks at, for let's say, 120 BPM. Then I want, for one single pulse, I want one of those 4 clocks to shift to, let's say, 110 BPM, and then the next step, right away, go back into 120 BPM. And then keep that clocking again for some time until I decide, like, you know what, we're going to correct it by oversteering that one step again into, well, earlier I thought it was going to be exactly 130 BPM for that step, but apparently it's going to be, it's going to be slightly different. But then it shifts back into gear and locks in a position, and everything is running again as we want it to run. Now, we can sequence this for each and every individual step, and we can do the microphasing stuff that, for example, my God, Steve Reich, Philip Glass, all these people I've been working with, but we can go a lot further than that. We can, because we can do this at literally, yeah, we can do this at superhuman intervals. Like, for a musician, it is terribly hard to play in a different BPM from someone else which is not related, unless it's really just unrelated. It is one of those things that, for example, that piece for drummers and woodworks and stuff like that, it sounds fantastic, where they do all these little microphasing and stuff like that. Now imagine doing that spot on, dead on, at like 1 BPM difference. And stuff like that. It's in the category that yeah, it's one of those inhuman categories, but which you can humanize up to a point where it does kind of get these human-like qualities in a way. Cyborg music. Whew. Good. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. That's all I'm saying. And I think that once I kind of figure out how to work with this, then we can experiment with so many things. Like, we can just go like for serious, just microphasing things. Well, we can also go for example, really classical clocking things, like doing clock slews, but also doing clock slews individually for each track, kind of like when you have a string quartet who speeds up together but is not exactly dead on except for that one point where they resync and play on again. So this is going to be interesting. Well, maybe not at first, but eventually it will be. Now, the only thing that we need to figure out now is if I have a clock, how are we actually going to send these 4 tracks a clock? The idea for this was to record a clock, or at least just have like a single clock pulse in the ER301. Is there actually just a clock module on the ER301? Because that would make everything so much easier. Let's have a look. This is all good. Insert unit here. Because if there's something that is just sending out a clock, or actually no, we don't even need a clock. We have oscillators in here. And if I take, for example, Oh no, wait, here. Here's a clock. I have clock in seconds and clock in BPM. Let's see what this module does. Ah, and there's even a sync on this. Fantastic. Okay, so I have everything that I need. And this one is already running right now at a certain clock pace. And if I know... Oh, this is cool. Okay. Okay, now you can actually already hear that there's a clock happening. And I didn't actually know that there is, that this is possible. Man, I'm learning so many things. Okay, so the ear 301 just became the best buddy of my ear 101. That's what this comes down to. I'm gonna need to patch in a few more voices, which is exactly what I'm gonna do right now. Let's just do, yeah, hang on. I just want some quick voices to work with. So, CV, or what is it? Track number 3 is gonna be a raven. I want you in that one. And track number 4 is gonna be a mini mod. We're actually pretty close now. Oh, nerdism. I love it. This goes here. This goes here. This goes here. These little clicks are probably going to be the best thing to listen to while we're experimenting with this. Okay. Let's see. This goes into the filter CV. And the VCA output molt. Let me. Oops, cables. This one's going here. This is going here. Track number 7. Let's have a listen and see what this actually does. Once I add this track. Now output 2 needs a clock 2. Output 3 needs a clock and is actually playing now. Okay. Ha! Okay, funny. So we now have 2 clocks running on 2 voices. And a funky, freaky little atmosphere. Like there's 2 people very rushedly running in a very open hole. Like I'm seeing marble staircases and shit. Now, this CV can go in here. This can go in here. And we're gonna add a 3rd clock to this. Oh wow, Lucas. That is massive, thank you so much. That is awesome. Thank you for that. Very much appreciated. Man. Oh, Marta, dude. It's good you're here. This is super awesome. We managed to clock all the tracks of the Era 101 individually. And I'm having so much fun already. Like, let me see. And we haven't even done anything with it yet. This is just a bunch of clocks, but it's gonna get real interesting at some point. I just feel it. Ugh. And this also means that, remember last time when we were talking about doing classical tracking? Clocking for humanized application? Well, this is it. And it's actually working. Okay. So now we have this. Okay. Nice. Now let me just get the last clock in here, and then we got 4 tracks. And we can start really playing around with this. This makes no sense yet. You're gonna be here. You're gonna be here. You know, I kinda already like this sound. Oh. Let's have a look. It's annoying because I would like to show you guys more of what's going on here than just this perspective, but also not... Here, let me just put back the camera switching so you can kind of see all the things that are going on. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so what I'm patching here is I'm making sure that I have 4 voices running. Okay, so that one is here now. Getting 2 oscillators in position. This one's going in here. And let me get this one there. And now what I need is this output. And this one here, I got four individual tracks with a bit of panning. Okay. And I need to clock this last one, which is now is this one running? Track 4? Oh no, because there's no clock running here yet. Okay, let's have a listen to the dry signal here. Why are you so soft? That is absolutely ridiculous. Hang on. That's better. Okay, so I got 4 clocks. These clocks are right now set to 120 BPM without multiplication. Now, in order to get this actually going into a clocking tempo that we can actually work with, because this is ridiculous, let's just listen to track 1, for example. And I'm gonna clock this one. Okay, that's better. Or where's 4? Is that... Yeah, 4 times the clock. That's what we need to go for. And we're gonna do the same here. I'm gonna do the same here. And there we go. Now what I want to do, what I wanted to play around with, was basically what you should envision now, what we have here. Now the idea basically is that this would be kind of the same as having four turntables, you know? And those 4 decks basically are playing in the same BPM, but they're not beat matched. And in order to beat match it, you have to speed one up and slow another one down, stuff like that, until they're all back in sync. Or you intentionally let them run free. So let's have a look. If I now take track number 1 and play this one at, for example, 125 BPM. Oh, this is getting trippy. Now let's take another one, play it at 119. Let's take one at 123. Let's take one at 122. Yep. We have reached peak nerdism. Oh, I am beside myself of joy, because this... This is gonna get me very, very, very happy, because now if I set everything back to 120 BPM, everything is gonna be still messed up, but running at the same speed nonetheless. Now there's a couple of things that we need to do. One is we want to be able to sync everything or reset these clocks. Because without resets, things can get very annoying. But luckily I see there's a sync input on this. So let's try that out. You sense clipping. Oh shit, Sherlock. Let's have a look. Now I take this input. What do you mean? Unit input only? Does that mean... Somehow, this unit will not allow me to... That's annoying. There's a sync input on this. But it doesn't allow me to use it because it keeps saying unit input only. What do you even mean with this? How is that? Ah! Why is this? Why is this an unassignable button? When they say unit input only, what does that even mean? Does anyone know this? Anyone ever play with the Ear 301? Use A1 to route your sync. Okay. No, do you know what's interesting? Because still, if I use A1, yeah, that's annoying, right? Like, why am I getting now unit input only? That makes no sense. Fuck, that pisses me off, because we were there. We were literally there. Ugh. That is super annoying. Why am I getting the message unit input only? Seriously? You can only manually hit the fire button? No, that's dumb. That's seriously dumb. Oh my god. Is that gonna be the thing? Oh my god. Brian, if you're watching this, I'm not sure if you are, but seriously. A feature request would definitely be to be able to sync up with an external pulse, because why does it say unit input only? Ah, I hate this command already. Sync. Yep. Okay, that pisses me off. Alright, you know what? In that case... But then how would I now, based on this... Okay, yeah. That's tough. That's very tough. Okay, well, guess we'll have to work with this for now. And we'll figure it out later. We shall figure this out. But we did get pretty far so far. And that's what we're going to do next, is we're going to play around with the clock CVs themselves, because that's the next part of this experiment. Is, hang on. Okay, at least clock tempo is something we can manipulate. The only thing I need to know in this case, so here was my idea. Now that we have these clocks running, oh, that's another thing right now. Okay, hang on. There's something else here. With the method that we're using right now, let me see, with the current method here, the problem is that I think the BPM CV does not listen to actual CV. So is this a trigger-based thing? Because if so, then the entire method of trying to alter the BPM based on a CV scale is not going to work. Which means that instead of let me see. Instead of doing it this way, we need to do it with oscillators. Yep. I think that's going to be the answer here, because if I do this with the clock module, the problem that we have is that I cannot alter I cannot alter the clock using a CV source, which means these micro increments that I want to make are not going to make sense, because it's going to ask me to have an external clock. Is that what this comes down to? Let's see if that actually holds true. What if I input a clock? Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so wait. No, I don't get how this works. This clocking unit... Yeah, with the clock method, this is not going to work. At least not what I intend for this. So that's good to know. What we have got to do instead, and that's something I'm going to try right now, is trash this. And I am going to insert a saw wave oscillator. Now immediately the result for this is a way faster clock. This also means that I can no longer clock but this is interesting though. Oh, this is super cool. Okay. Don't know if you guys agree with me, but we're no longer clocking in BPM, but we're clocking in hertz from now on. Let's have a look. This one. And this one. I'm just going to replace all my clocks with oscillators. And the cool thing about having digital oscillators for this is that they run super tight and therefore super reliable as well. Whereas if I would do this with analog oscillators, I would probably have a ton of issues with reliability and stuff like that. So now that I have this, I want... am I going to do this with volt per octave, or are we going to do this with... Well, I guess that kind of depends. Let's... Okay, that's good. Go volt per hertz. Yeah, exactly. That's probably a better conversion in this case. If we do that, and oh, that's cool. Now we actually yes, and we have a sync button now, which means that we are gonna take an external sync. Man, for those of you who don't know what the hell's going on here, this must be boring as hell, I reckon. But for those of you who do have an Era 101 right now, you gotta agree, this is fun. Wait, not A1, but A2 is what we're going for. Nice. Okay. I can sync that up. And now the cool thing is, if I do this for a track, for all the individual tracks, A2. Not boring at all? Okay, that's good. Fantastic. Yeah, actually that's, that makes sense. For those of you who don't have an actual Era 301 or Era 101 and stuff like that, the principle remains the same. And I'll explain to you guys in a little second what's going on here and how you could possibly recreate this if you're using something else. Now, I don't know about particular other modules in this case, but yeah, basically I'll just outline the general idea. And then you'll have to figure it out on your own. Let me see, this is channel 2. Okay. Now let me try something here. I want everything to play at roughly the same BPM. Which is still pretty hard. And then sync it back up. 10.0 12 hertz is going to be my BPM of choice. And everything is synced. That's cool. That is very cool. Okay, that is super cool. Hang on. All right, so let's dive into this. What we have is 4 oscillators. Make them digital so that you're tight, and preferably make them in such a way that you can actually see your how fast your oscillator is actually going. In my case, the ear 301 is going at 10.012 hertz because it has super micro increments. But let's say that you can set all your oscillators at 10 hertz, for example. Now they're all going out of sync and stuff like that, and they're just rummaging around because you didn't start them at the same time. But if you now take, for example, an external trigger, like what I'm using here right now is a qubit trigger, and you assign the output of that trigger to the sync input on all those 4 oscillators, then what at the start is kind of chaotic and on its own, with a single snap of your finger, everything falls back into place. Like... yeah, that's what's going on right now. Now, the reason why you kind of hear a double trigger right now, I believe, is because of kind of a gate length of this frequency, so that it kind of double triggers like on the rise and on the fall or something like that. I'm not sure if that's what's going on here, but I kind of get the feeling that that's what this is. Nice. Yep, that works. Oh man. There we go. see a lot of love going on over in YouTube right now. Maybe we should patch up Can You Feel the Love tonight? That would be a good idea. Anyway, so as I was saying, let me see. So let me read up on this a little bit. Next up, we're gonna talk about the humanization, because this is where things are starting to get interesting now. Is we have the Ear 101 in our case, which has 2 CV outputs and a gate output. And in my case, I never really know what to use the second CV output for. It's that second CV out. I don't really use it most of the time, and I've been looking for a use case. Now, in this case, what I want to do is use the second CV out as a sequencer for this clock oscillator. And what I want to be able to do is to sequence a slight speed bump on one oscillator just for a single pulse, and immediately afterwards, once it's sped up, I want to put it back into the frequency that we were going at before, so that then it's kind of the same as having 2 records spin at exactly the same BPM, but slightly ahead of the other. And that's what we're going to be sequencing with track 2. And then to get it back into position, we need to decrease the frequency to a certain hertz, and then 1 pulse later bring it back into position again. And that's my theory on how we can do micro shifting in a way where we can make really small, like, micro increments on the speed per sequence track, and play around with it that way. That's my theory here. So we're gonna use track 2 on our Ear 101, or what is it, CVB on our Ear 101, to start sequencing the frequency of our clocks. And in order to do this, how exactly am I going to do this? I'm going to set the bias of my clocks to 0, I guess, just to really set you to nothing. There we go, 0 hertz. I want you to stop. And then next up, this gain value is a little bit interesting because I'm not entirely sure what that does. I'm just going to set it to a very small gain, like 100 gain for each track. So right now, just to start off with, Jesus, this thing is so incredibly deep. it's ridiculous. Like, here we do this one, and put this on a gain of 100. Here we do set you back all the way and put you on a gain of 100, and set this one all the way down and put you on a gain of 100. There we go. And now I have channel B of my ER101, which is gonna set the frequencies of our clock oscillators. I'm getting lost on my own words at times, man. Super technical stuff today. Here we go. And here we go. Actually, did I set all of these to A1 just now? Yes, I did. Okay, that is a dumb move. Because this needs to be track B1 for me. And this needs to be track C1 for me. And this needs to be track D1 for me. There we go. And let's have a look. That gain of 100 is actually already way too fast, it turns out. What is a proper gain to set? Let me see. I see Martin saying some stuff. Yeah, let me actually try and change this camera. You guys are right, because this is... I'm gonna see if I can alter this camera a little bit, yeah? Because just watching this thing is not really helping that much. Where am I gonna stand with all this? I'll figure that out later. We have this right here. Okay, so we have two things going. I need to switch this up 180 degrees. That's my solution to everything. And hang on. I can do this elegantly. So graceful. There's this. And there's this. And there's this. Okay, now I just need to find out where I'm gonna stand so that I can still touch the thing. Let me put this leg right here and put this leg right there. Right. How's this position for you guys? This should be a lot better, right? Still not seeing any speakers. Yes, indeed. You want to see my speakers? They're right here. Yes. Feels so bad. Feels horrible. Like, for a month now I've been making music strictly on headphones in what's literally a 3x2 room. It feels outrageous by all accounts, but actually, you know, this is kind of a lesson in humility for me in a very weird way, in a very weird and extravagant way. I got all this crap in a 3x2 side room with no speakers, and that's how I gotta manage. But so far, things are actually working out, so that's good. Anyway, let's have a look. I have the Era 301 right there. And I have my Ear 101 right here. What I have going here, to explain you guys the patch that I have running, is one clock running from the top channel right there. Second clock is the channel 2. Third channel is clock is channel 3. Fourth clock is channel 4. Now what we tried at first was to run individual clocks with the BPM module. However, the big issue with the BPM module is that it does not allow me to sync externally, and I have to manually fire it. But the problem with that is, how do you do that on 4 tracks at the same time? Which sucks. So what we do now is have digital oscillators. Let's see if I can actually look into it. You guys cannot see any of it probably right now, but those digital oscillators are definitely doing the trick, because I have a button right here, which is a qubit trigger, which comes from this cable going into A number 2. And A2 is hooked up to the sync input on 4 digital oscillators, which means that if I basically send a pulse in here, then all my oscillators are going to sync up again and run back in proper speed. Now, as you see here, the clock speed is running ridiculously fast right now because my times 100 multiplication of the input voltage, or whatever it is way too high. So my what I thought would be will be a bit of a lower frequency is pretty damn high. So this 100 gain, I'm gonna see if I can bring it down to what happens if I bring it to 10 gain? Is that even fine enough? It seems 10 is the smallest increment I can do. And this is another one of those things. Is it possible to invert this saw wave? Because what I see right now is that it's hit the gain button a second time. Let's have a look. Is that gonna be it? Hey, you are completely right. Nice. I'm learning so much now. Okay, that's good. Sweet. Let me do the same here. This is one of those things, like, I hardly ever worked with my ear 301, but this is the first time I'm really seeing a use case for this thing for me. Now, also another thing is I would like to start getting some musical results out of this before the day is over. What am I doing? There we go. One hertz. And let's have a look. This one we're gonna change you to. There we go. Okay. Now, here's the issue that we have now, I think, is I want a rising edge, or what is it? I want a tooth to actually go against, and it's not giving us that right now. So I need to change the waveform on this thing. Is that something that we can easily do? Because as you can see right now is that at this slower Exactly. This is not giving us the one that we want. Here, hang on. Let me try something. Hmm. Snow says set modulation gain to -1. Oh, the aliasing pulse. That actually makes sense. But I actually don't have the aliasing pulse here. Why don't I have the aliasing pulse? I have an aliasing triangle and I have an aliasing saw, but I have the sine oscillator. How old is my firmware? Probably way too old. Is this something we're gonna do? Yes, it is something we're gonna do. To hell with it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We don't talk about the firmware. Indeed, yeah. Ah, hell. I already updated one firmware today. We'll live if I do another one. Firmware installation instructions. Yes. Floppy Magneticals is on the job. Follow these 8 steps. Okay, there we go. Now I need to okay. So this is half of my SD card reader, and I just completely pulled it apart for no apparent reason. What the actual hell is up with this thing? Yeah, whatever. I think this should still work. I just slightly broke it, I guess. There we go. Okay, there it is. And oh. That sounds good. All right, let's do this. Set it to eject and insert the micro SD. There we go. Now, move to mount. Update firmware. And we're going for version 4.27. Looks so pretty. Updates succeeded. Reboot to use new hardware or firmware. That sounds good to me. Let's have a look. Oh wow. Did you see all the bubbles? That looked so good. Nice. Okay. Version 0.4.27. Is that actually good? Or... you could just hit the reboot button. Yeah. I am a bit of le noob when it comes to these kind of things. At least, do I now have add oscillators? Sine os, sine aliasing triangle, aliasing saw, single cycle. What are you? Ugh. Okay, annoying. So, again, if 5 point something came out just a couple of days ago, why did it give me... The only firmware I see here is version 4.27 on December 8th, 2019. Yeah, you know what? Nope, this didn't work. So we're gonna try and MacGyver our way through this. That's probably just the way to go. Why is there... That is actually a little weird. Why is a square oscillator not just one of the standard things on this? Like, that makes no sense. Let me just delete that. Yeah, this is super weird. I don't want to go into the So what are you like? And is there something I can do here? If I take this... Actually, this seems to work. Not at super slow speeds, but it is gonna work. So aliasing triangle is gonna be it for now. That's how we're gonna do this. Cheers, Martin. See you next time. Let's have a look. So the aliasing triangle actually seems to give us the result that we want, I think. If I only... input A1. Ah, okay, interesting. So it wants me to kind of use a base pulse of... just to get it going. Okay, let's do that. I'm gonna manually set it to 1 hertz. And then give it a gain of 10. Let's see if that's actually going to give us the result that we're looking for. Okay, that's clocking again. C1. D1. Okay, nice. That is doing something. And I think that... Okay, let's fine-tune this a little bit. This 10 gain can actually be more. Okay, good. Fantastic. I think I have it figured out. Okay. Big brain stuff. Okay, so I moved away from the aliasing saw and I went for aliasing triangle. I don't know why, but that one is working better. Probably because it has a steeper edge. And I set the what is it? The base frequency, so the bias, at 1 hertz. Gave it a gain of 100, and now when I am inputting track 2 CV, or what is it, CVB of my track 1, I can actually start sequencing the clock pulse. Now let's have a look what happens if I give it 1 step at 2 volts. And then I'm gonna give it 7 steps at 1 volt. There we go. Now on track 2, I am gonna give it do the same thing basically. Give it 1 step at 2 volts. I'm just gonna basically do the same thing across all of them. Track 3. Give you 2 volts. One. Track 4. 2 volts. And the rest of you are 1 volt. Okay, now we just got to make sure that let me see, channel B is doing the same thing. Aliasing triangle, and I want you at 1 hertz, 0.0, and I want to give you B1, and I want to give you a gain of, was it 100? What I was going for? Yep. Yep. It's working. Yeah, that's interesting. Now, let me see. I'm just going to do the same thing with here. C, you're going to get aliasing triangle. This one. Man. And we can get such cool results with this once we really start playing with this, because okay, that's good. Because you can do very nuanced clocking with this all of a sudden. So let me see, you had to go to 1. It does take a lot of effort though to get this all in position. So, and then D, aliasing. There's this 1 volt bias and a gain of 100 was the idea. Enter. There we go. Now let's have a look. Where is your bias set back to? Nothing. Okay. Track 3. And cool. Okay, let's have a look. It hurts too much, Gene. Oh my god. Oh. That is... Oh my god. That is dad level 1000. Everything is in sync. Except this channel, why are you not playing along? I got channel 4 is giving me shit. why is this? Ah, because you're... Right, okay. Okay, this is cool. This is unbelievably cool in a weird way. Now let's see how we can actually play with this. So, I'm just gonna get some melodic stuff out of this real quick, just to have a listen what we can actually do with this. Oh, man. So much preparation. But I believe things could get interesting at some point. So much mathematics. I just wanna... Just gonna tune everything to a C real quick. That's good. So these are still all fully in sync. Okay. Now let me just start. Let me see. I just want to start from a basic starting position in all this. And I'm gonna get everything back to a clocking position where we can actually work from. You can go back to 1 again. And we're gonna... Okay. So we have I have all the individual steps again back at back at the same sync. Interesting. One of these is actually already shifting. I'm not entirely sure why it's shifting though. So let me just go through all of this. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna manipulate a couple of steps. You know what's funny? There's something weird here. And, let me see. There's something weird going on here right now, where I'm noticing that, how should I put it? I almost suspect like cable quality is gonna become a factor in this, because because of how tightly the ear 301 is listening to changes in voltage to determine the clock speed. Now, if there's a slight voltage drop going on between the ear 101 and the 301, this impacts the hertz frequency of the oscillator sending out a clock. Right now what I'm hearing, or what I'm seeing, is that I'm sending out the exact same if I'm sending out the exact same clock controls to all of them, it is still not syncing up. Use fiber. That is no joke, actually could be an interesting solution to this. But I'm not sure if it's... yeah, I could do a buffer, but something else that someone was talking about, and I'm not sure if that's how I... no, actually what I think that we have to do is kind of the inverse of a quantizer in this case. Like, usually with a quantizer you get you put in a lot of volts and you output or not even the inverse of a quantizer, but basically a quantizer. That's what we need to do. So we need to correct the incoming voltage inside the module itself, so that we know that if it's roughly a certain volt, it's going to snap into an exact voltage before manipulating the frequency of the oscillator. If we don't do that, then the slightest variations in clock and stuff like that will immediately send everything off kilter. But I'm wondering if this same applies to... well, there's a couple of things there to think about. Yeah, but that's something to get deeper in. First off, I want to let me see. Yep. I'm gonna try this. Track 2 is gonna go there. Track 1. Oh yes, actually, that is true. There is no edge. You're totally right about that. A Bill with Snake, you're right on that front. There is no real edge on this one. It sucks so much that I cannot just use an edge for this. Ugh, oh well. Let's No, but actually, I think you're correct in that one. That if um, right now I'm using triangles because the 301 is not giving me edges, but we have to turn these triangles into pulses. That's just what it comes down to. And I'm not sure how I would do this in here without just getting stuff like pulse width modulation or something on this. Yeah, I was thinking about clipping the triangle, but if we but if we clip the triangle, it's still not gonna give us the exact point where we want it. So I'm kind of thinking. Yeah, let me see. There should be a way to turn a triangle into a saw, but there's no control on that here. To do any of that, we cannot. Alter the directions on it. It's. Yeah, not gonna lie, these oscillators are pretty limited. What I'm seeing here right now, and that's a bit of a shame. Is there anything I can add to this? Yeah, there's a sine oscillator, a aliasing triangle, a aliasing saw, and a single cycle. And that's it. Clock seconds, BPM. What is this gonna do? Do I get... Hey, hang on. Ah. Yes. Okay, that seems to be better. In this firmware version, this is actually, this might work. What I'm just gonna give this a real quick try right now. Is there is a clock here, which is clock based on hertz with a frequency on it, and it seems that I have CV control over this. Is that correct? Yep, I have CV control over this hertz. This is better. Okay, so that means that all of this can go away. And instead, we're using this. And same here. This aliasing triangle can go aliasing. I have no clue how to pronounce that shit, but you can go away and clock hertz. I want this one empty there. Channel C, there we go. This is actually gonna do it for us. I think it just might. And you there, aliasing triangle, go away. And now this, oh no, frequency, you go B1, and here we go, this one, delete, yes. A1. Let's have a look what this does. Wow. I actually like the sound of this. And I'm recording it. Hey, you know what's funny? Everything seems to connect properly. Okay, hang on. A couple of things here, because right now, let's play with this gain again. Gain of 1. And this one, gonna give you gain of 1 again. This one. Oh. I don't think we've had a session where we go this deep in nerdism yet, have we now? Just some true modular geekery spirit. I love it. Oh man. So let's see. Right, this is awesome. Let's... Man. Yeah, speaking of which, the people who are here right now, you wouldn't be here if you didn't enjoy this, actually. So, secretly, there's 300 nerds here right now. Oh, I love it. This is fantastic. Oh, so good. I mean, you're not gonna sit through a bunch of clocks mangling, bashing together for this long if you're waiting for techno to happen. So, yes, this is super cool. Oh, I love that. Man. Actually, that's fantastic. Hey, you know what? We'll do techno again on Thursday and Saturday, but right now, it is definitely Revenge of the Herds. I like it. Oh, yes, I'm a nerd and I'm proud. That's it. Because you know why? I can make noises like this. And oh yeah, by the way, I am indeed streaming to YouTube and Twitch right now. So if I'm responding to people that you're not seeing right now, then that's probably because I'm in the other channel. But it's pretty interesting because sometimes I would really love to have all of you people in one massive channel, which is possible on the Discord, of course, which all of you, simple plug, are very invited to hop on over to discord.gg/modular mayhem. Yes, indeed. we have vanity invites, baby. And but no, seriously, it's like everyone is pretty much on the same level on both these chats right now sometimes. So everyone's to Twitch. Sure, you know what? All the Twitches go YouTube and all the YouTubers go Twitch. We'll meet each other halfway. Now, let me see. What we're gonna do next, now that we have all this set up, is we will start actually increasing the hertz. Let's make it hertz. There we go. We're gonna go back to 10. No, not 32. That is a bit too fanatical. Oh my god, this is set to doublings. There we go. 10 hertz. You go to... Oh. $10 hertz, and you go to... Actually... Does that even matter? Here, let's have a look. Something sinking here. Something else that happened just now is once again we get this the whole thing that we cannot sync all these clocks manually, or what is it? We cannot sync them. Yeah, we cannot sync them the way we want them. We want to do it with an external input or something, which is a bit annoying. And also, it is kind of making a resync thing on its own, where if it has a variance of something between, if the clock becomes too wobbly, then it says resync. And basically I believe that's what it does to get itself stable, to restabilize itself. I just shut that off completely. So got rid of the restabilization there. Because we want to have clock wobbles, but we want them when we want them, and not the other way around. So let's see. There's a question here. Is there a unit in front of that clock? Let's have a look. Right now I have no unit in front of this clock. Oh, hang on. There shouldn't be a unit in front of this clock, at the very least. Maybe that's what's going on here. Hey, wait a second. There's something we can do here. We can change. Okay. Let me have a look, because I think I'm figuring something out here. B, you can go G4 and A. You can let me just test this to see if I'm correct. You can also go G4. It is syncing based on it was syncing based on the inputs A1 to D1, and I just changed them all to input G4, and let's have a look if it actually registers. Okay, there's a pulse coming in here. Yes, and there's a pulse coming in there. Does this actually mean? Yes. Fantastic. I fixed. I fixed the reset. Okay, that's good. So you remember the whole thing where it says like input was unit input only. For people who have the ER301, next to your output selection, you can select a CV on its track, and basically if you set that one to your gate input, let me see, that's good. If you set that to your gate input and make that the same gate input for all of them, then with a single tap of the button you indeed get a pulse. Now let's yes. And everything is in sync. Now let's play around. And also, are you guys hearing how now there's a slight wobble going on in the clock? Across all of them, they're not dead tight right now, and that is because at different points, at different points on their track, they all get, I give them all a little speed bump of 0.5 volt. And then later on, so there's one pulse which has 1.5 volts, and there's another pulse somewhere in this loop which is only 0.5 volts. So it increases with 0.5 volt increment basically, and then later on in its own loop it goes down again. And they're all set at different points, at different intervals, but everything added up, it kind of gives us a fixed loop. And because all of them are doing the same thing, only at different points, everything overlaps and gets back into position. So this clock that we're listening right now is not a tight clock. You feel that? It's a super slight variation going on there. Like, it's barely noticeable, but it is there. Now if I take one channel where I don't do this, okay. Interesting. All aboard. Nerdism. Let me compare this to setting everything just spot on dead tight, if I can. And track 1. Get you back in shape as well. Reset. So right now, what's happening? I just brought it back back to a constant. I see a question here from Phobo Sapiens. To catch up, you would have to go lower, not just back to the original. The tempo will be the same, but they would be out of sync. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, is I am not just going back to the original. I'm only giving it a single step, going up for 0.5 voltage, and then immediately going back down. So all the other steps are indeed the same as before. So you have, let's say you have 6 steps of 1 volt. You have 1 step of 1.5 volts, and you have 1 step of 0.5 volts. Now, if you add up all these steps, you get a total of 8 volts going. The only difference is, over all the 4 tracks, I am feeding the 1.5 and the 0.5 wildcards, basically, at different positions. So one track is giving it at position 1 and 5, the other one is getting it at 3 and 6, and stuff like that. So if you then play everything at the same time, it will align again, because they're all doing the same thing, only at different points in time. So yeah, that's basically what's happening. And indeed, that is pulse width modulation in a way. It wouldn't be pulse width modulation if we didn't reset, if we didn't equalize the 0.5 volt increment, if we didn't correct it later somewhere else. So in a way, what we're doing is we're making swing, but with extra steps. That's what it comes down to. And let me see. But the cool thing with this is with usually with pulse width modulation, it's done immediately. So you have one step a little bit longer, another step a little bit shorter. Um, in this case, we're adding extra steps between the step that's longer and the step later on, which is a little bit shorter. And the thing is, if we can really brain our way out of this, we could ultimately, like here, let's try something. Let's do one 8 steps. One step is 1 volt. The next is 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. So 1.1, 1 volt until 1.7. And we're gonna give all 4 tracks, or we're gonna give one of these pulses this way, and we're gonna feed it 7 steps of 1.7, or what is it? 8 steps of 1. No, what the hell? 9 steps total of 1.7. 9 steps total of 1 volt, and 2 of 1.1, 1.2, etc. Yes, okay. Little experiments time. And then we can actually see if this effect that I have in mind is actually working. So 32 steps in total. First 8 steps, or first 9 steps, are going to be 1 volt. Step number 10 is 1.1, 11, 1.2, etc. All right? 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7. Okay. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is it actually working? Okay, so what I've done now is let me see. I have the first 8 steps are all 1 volt. First 9 steps are all 1 volt. Then steps then I have 10 steps of 1.7 volt, and then 2 of each of the rest. Let's have a look. Let's see. Hey, Madik. Today we've gone full nerdism. I'm gonna give this one the first 7 steps of 1.7. Do you guys see what I'm getting at with this idea? Let's see if this is actually correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hmm. Okay, let's just for the hell of it, I'm just gonna do it with 2 tracks for now, because it's gonna take a lot of patching otherwise. Exactly. Basically, I'm programming pulse width modulation, but we're doing my brain starting to hurt. Because right now it's not giving me the effect that I wanted. And I don't understand why. Yep, this is not doing what I wanted it to do. It hurts my brain. And I was indeed getting there with the oscillator. And indeed, Let me see. The rising edge did indeed throw it off. So with with an actual standing edge, it would have worked. Right now I swapped everything over to clock, to a Hertz clock, because I could actually manipulate the CV with it. However, it's not giving me the voltage wobbles that I expected. And that's super weird. Why is this not responding to it? That's seriously throwing me off right now. Or is this simply... Is it just a gain issue? That if I set... Oh, right. Okay, there it's gonna work. I think I made it work now. So I was at a 10 Hertz bias, where we're going back to a 1 Hertz bias, and we're gonna give it a clock multiplication of 2. And that's gonna give us wider results. This delay is throwing me off, by the way. Okay, that's working. That's better. That's way better. Okay. So, the issue was... Basically, my gain settings were way too low. Let me give it a gain... let's do the same here. 1 Hertz bias. Gain setting of 10. Let me sync everything. Yeah, let's have a look at the step following. Here we can actually see here, hang on. I gotta reset this. So we see this one is at step 1 right now. This one is at step 1 right now. Now, if I'm correct, by the time this one reaches step 32, this one should be at step 32 as well. And... go. Hang on. Why? What happened here? This gain was not working properly. Ah, of course, because I hadn't set the multiplication table for this one yet. So this one was set at a mult of 1, and it should have been a mult of 2. There we go. Okay. Let's try again. My bad. Reset, 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 go. Ha! Yes! It worked. It fucking worked. Okay, so that's good. That's a eureka moment. Oh shit, you guys didn't see it. Let me do that again. Oh, nerdism. How I love this. Okay, so it's a race of the clocks. You see? Track 2. And track 1. See, this one is now way ahead. This one is behind. This one is way ahead. And this one is catching up. And we're back. You see? Oh god, so what have we accomplished? Oh, yes. Yes, that's good. That's good. That's very good. This was ridiculous, though. But basically, the idea then becomes that as long as you use the same ingredients to sequence the clocks for all parts over the duration of the entire song, or at least between 2 reset points, then you will be able to completely humanize clocking differences over your sequence tracks and still start and finish at the same time. Yes. Oh, that's fantastic. And super useful and way, way, way too complex to actually use in any practical situation. How the hell would I ever write for this? But... Ugh. But you can definitely use this. Yeah, you can definitely use this. Okay. This is pretty awesome. I hope all of you people haven't fallen asleep yet by now. But it is a little bit of a breakthrough moment on my end, because clocking things this way allows you to fully humanize everything. So let's say, for example, you would take one signal of this let me see. Let me see. Have you actually recorded anything yet? Yes, I've been recording this. These kind of noodle bloops. So all these microphasing little thingies that have been going on so far, at least the end of it is pretty much recorded. Now, let's try and summarize what we've learned so far in a meaningful way. We are able to clock sequences at different speeds and still have them start and end at the same point, using pulse width modulation with extra intermediary steps in between. So instead of going pulse 1 is like 60% and pulse 2 is 40%, you go pulse 1 is 60%, pulse 2, 3, 4, 5 are 50%, and pulse 6 is 40%. And by doing this for your tracks, for all of them, you will get completely shifting patterns over all of them, but still have them loop in time. The cool thing with this is if you do this, for example, with the drum machine, and you give it slight variances, and you do the same thing. Like, for example, now let's make this a little bit more complex, and see if this also works with, because right now I gave everything the same variables. Is that gonna work? Not sure if it will. No, wait, no, we're not gonna do that just yet. I have to experiment with that first. But basically, you can feed all your sequences, all your sequencers different different clocks at different speeds, which kind of make them all kind of wonky and everything, but still have them cross back into each other's path as long as you time your pulse widths correctly. I don't know if this was totally obvious to the rest of you and that I've just wasted 3.5 hours time, but this was yeah, this definitely answers a bunch of questions for me. And there's some cool things that can be done with this, because you can now imagine playing something like the waltz or a track like that and have humanized play over each track. And instead of having everything tied to the same grid, though 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, have the bass player slightly wonky and out of there, and the lead player really emphasizing its phrasing over a little bit more and stuff like that, and still getting your touchdowns at the right points. Now, yeah, I I kind of think that this could work, and indeed bass players are usually wonky, but that's why we love them, because they always give us this little extra love by doing so. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can just make a little loop really quickly and see if we can get Now, here's something. How are we going to do it with altering rhythms? This is something else that's funny right now. At least funny to me. Track 1 has this many steps. Track 2 has only 4 steps. And there's no voltage going into the frequency. Why are you variable speed right now? Let's have a look. What about using something like the light plane to manually play in a gain bias randomness before the clock is reset? Let's see. This could work. But I think you're gonna have to elaborate. Let's talk about that in a little bit, because that does sound interesting. It's something I'm noticing here right now is that these clocks that we're listening to at this point seem to yeah, they're phasing already without me even doing something to it, and that is weird. So it seems like it is there's a bit of a problem there. Yeah, there were flamming at some point, and that's okay. So these are, and everything should be receiving just a 1 volt right now. But you hear it starting to flam already. It's a cool effect, but I don't want it. You hear it? It's the effect of slightly being out of sync right now. But yeah, it sounds nice. And it's drifting super, super, super slowly. Like, really. And this is actually exactly the kind of effect that you want. But in a controlled environment. You know? Because this sounds groovy as hell, in a way. Just this slight difference, but I want to lock it in position, right there. Is it something I'm doing here? Nope. Yeah, it's drifting. Super weird. I just don't understand why it's drifting right now. And the only explanation I can have for this is that it wouldn't drift if it's not receiving 1 volt. And that would mean that the 1 volt that it says it's sending right now is not actually 1 volt. Does that make sense? So there is something weird going on there, which means that before hitting is there a quantizer in here? We need a volt. What is it? This is a scale quantizer, grid quantizer. I want a voltage quantizer, something that but it does Okay, yeah, so all the clocks are drifting on its own right now in this current setup. Yep, there's a problem here. And the problem is that I cannot be exactly sure what the voltage is that's coming in, and if that's exactly the voltage that I'm sending out. And with that, I do not know exactly what frequency my clock is running at. So what I need to do is resync it at the end of every cycle. So we have to make a reset output. That's basically what this is coming down to. And we can actually make a reset output. This clock is going to be the boss clock. And I send you here. Yeah, this is where a reset comes in. Just a very simple make sure that everything re-triggers. Okay, fantastic. And how we're going to do that is by sending this clock to a metropolis. Internal, external. There we go. And every time when this one cycles, it resets the whole shaboogie. And actually, let's send it. I want to sync everything at the start. Everything gets synced once. Yep. Oh, why are you that long? Okay. Okay, everything at least is syncing up. Now I just need to make sure. Is that sink not triggering you? Let's try again. Okay. Nice. You know what happened just now? I got sync. Took me a little bit. Took me some time, but it's working now. The problem was that the sync input needed to be set so that it actually picks up the threshold, but then the clock resets in time, and now yep, I got everything to sync up now. And I could make that syncing point a little slower to give us drift. I'm gonna extend the sync point. You feel things drifting. And sync. And the back end lock. So right now, I am actually using the Metropolis. Okay, this is actually pretty cool. You feel how everything is slowly drifting out of sync. Hang on, let me just fix one thing because this is bugging me. Now let me see. That drift, can it be played? Yes, it can definitely be played. this slight drift that we have going on here, that's the whole thing that we worked on just now, is figuring out a way how to actually manipulate the clock speed slightly. What I'm gonna do here is slightly humanize the steps on one of this. Wait. Here, you see? And I'm starting to kind of drift it now. And I have full drift control at this point. Here, listen to the... Here, the bass line, I guess. Let's make this bass line a little bit more wobbly. Here, you feel how the bass is starting to groove now? Oh. Hang on. Yes. Okay. And we're back in sync. But you hear the bass doing its work? Micro timing, baby. Right. This would be super cool for a regular track right now. But you see, that's how we now use this. Now if I switch my table to A, yeah, I don't know what you guys are on about here. Yeah. But you see, with the bass like this, just a very slight thing. And everything is slightly wobbly because it's losing its sync. But then at some point everything syncs up again, because we just kind of basically gave it a reset every, I don't know how many pulses, like every 64 steps I'm hitting it a reset and everything syncs up again. But now we are making our own bass wobbles. We're making our own bass groove on this right now. Now we could do the same. For example, with this one. Step 2. Yeah, you hear? This one is doing the same thing right now. The question, is the metropolis still needed in this equation? The reason why I'm using a metropolis right now is simply because I want to reset. That's all. But you could also make a reset if you just basically all you need is a reliable reoccurring trigger at a certain time interval, and that's all you need. And it needs to be clocked to one of your tracks. Like in this case, I'm just saying, like, okay, you know what, track 1 of the Earth 301 is my master track, or so the first one of your 4 clocks is your master, and that one needs to be in sync with the reset pulse of all the rest. And I'm using I'm using a metropolis right now just because that's what I have for this, but all you need is a reset for this. But yeah, we got some serious groove with this. Well, serious groove. It's a boring ass melody, but it is humanized. You know, maybe actually right now the loop is too long for the sync because the end of it felt off. Then here the question, where's the reset from the Metropolis patch to? Where's the reset from the Metropolis patch to? This one is patched to the sync input of the 4 clocks that we're using. So because these clocks are hertz based, the sync basically resets the starting point. But if you're using oscillators for this, you would also feed it to the sync input of your oscillator for the clock. And that realigns everything. So basically, it's like realigning 4 turntables and getting everything back into correct beat matching, and then it slowly drifts again. And then you do it again. See? And now it's just a matter of finding the exact level of humanization that we want, and what I'm doing basically is just taking away 8 pulses at a time until I find an acceptable level of drift. No. And to basically alter the groove on these things, here, did the same just now with this line. Let me see, where is it? Gave this one a little bit of groove. And the basic idea is that for every increment, I want to give it an equal decretion of groove. So if I go up 0.1 volts, I go down 0.1 volts as well for the same length. So in this case, it's this is like a 3/16 note, or 2 3/16. Yeah, it's 2 notes of 3/16 length, and and I decided to give one of them a little speed bump and the other one a slight speed break in a way. And then everything is grooving here. And we could actually go a bit more increase. You see? Okay, stretch the bass line a bit so that the notes almost flow into each other. Sure thing. Let's do it with all of them, but at least with this one. You know, oh man, I gotta end the stream. But I'd say op success. At least so far. And there's here Phobo Sapiens, but to humanize you'd have to randomize it, right? It is randomized, actually. And that's the thing why we're using the sync output of Metropolis as a reset for all the individual clocks, is to kind of stop the drift. Because we have 4 tracks which are all drifting slightly outside of what I'm doing right now with the groove changes and stuff like that. They are all drifting because, well, somewhere in all of this my voltages are not exact and stuff like that. So if I were to leave the reset out of this and leave it running, then at some point everything would completely drift away. And that's why we're using a sync right now. We're using a reset input on the 301, which goes into all the clocks and snaps everything back in position so that we allow it to drift for a couple of rounds up until the point where it gets frustrating that it's drifting that way. And that's where we reset. And once it resets, everything goes back into time and everything behaves and stuff like that, and you have normal groove and everything. And then it drifts and it drifts and it drifts and you reset again. And that's basically how this one is going right now. So there is randomization in there, which we're not really controlling, but we are regulating it. And that's basically why this part is working. Now the next layer to it is that we are micro timing each and every track to kind of give it groove beyond just giving it swing, because swing is basically just pulse width modulation, where you give one, you go for 100% block length, and you give one block 60 and the other one 40, and both of them together gives you a progression. But in this case, we are doing that over a way bigger span, and we can really start playing bass group and stuff like that. Now the drift, I'm not sure if it's the same for every reset. It's just going its own direction over all of them, but that doesn't matter anymore because we reset it back into position, which puts everything tight on a 1 again, and then it starts drifting again, and then it goes back into a 1. So even if it were completely random, it would still be fine. But I'm not entirely sure where it goes. Now, let me see. But wouldn't it repeat the same pattern of drifting after every sync, or is the standard drifting already wobbly? It's super wobbly right now. The standard of that drift, I'm not entirely sure what it's doing there, but basically because we're going for hertz-based clocks on this one, we are getting, just even the slightest increase in frequency. Like if there's something like a broken voltage, or if a cable is not really passing through as nicely as the rest, it's already going to cause a drift in the frequency, which is clocking one of the tracks. So I do feel that there is that there is a drift that we cannot control, which is doing its own kind of thing. But we can kind of whip it back into shape by using that reset, and therefore use its kind of randomization, humanization aspects of it. And what we can do outside of that is we can nudge it along in certain ways, and it's I do think that there's randomization going on there. And if there wasn't randomization, we would still be able to include randomization simply by now if we were to have something like a mixer, they can mix these 4 signals that are sending the clock information to the clocks itself, and you were to mix in something like a woggle bug at only a very tiny voltage of it, you would have randomization again. So there's a couple of ways of actually doing that. Let me see. Would a clock through a slew modulated by an LFO kind of work? Yes, it would. Slew stuff and slew clocking would definitely work. The only thing there is, this has the most dramatic effect when you are using, there's 2 considerations there. One is the most dramatic effect for this is when you have long notes, or long notes clocking that change, and the other is you need to be sure that the slew curve is reliable in a way, or is something that you can work with so that it lines up again at the right time. Because if your slew is longer than it takes from your note to start, if the slew is longer than it takes your note to get to the next step, then you have messed with your next step voltage, and you can no longer reliably clock your swing. So it needs to be a pretty short slew, which is shorter than the length of your note, and then you can work with it. Slew of us. Anyway, there is a ton of things that can be done with this, and this was a super tech heavy stream in that regard. And I do realize that this was very taxing for people who did not actually come here for the technical stuff. But sometimes I do need to do these tech kind of things. It's because I learned a ton of this, and I'm kind of thinking that the next stream is going to be reggae, for example, this coming Thursday, and we're going to really explore what this does in the context of something like dub or something, like really making clocky dub basses and stuff like that, and really going for the grooves. And that's something that with all the tricks and little things that we explored today, I think I have kind of a grasp of tricks that we can apply to bassline groove, for example, or yeah, just things like that. And yeah, so this was for me personally, this was a very successful experiment. Yeah, this was very successful. And there's a lot to digest about this. For everyone who's interested in this, let's continue the conversation at the Discord channel, because I gotta stop now. And let's dig a little deeper in this and digest everything and see if we can kind of reduct this into a cohesive patch manual of sorts, I guess. Oh man, the variables in this are fantastic. Anyway, so yeah, thanks everyone for this fantastic nerd session. Everyone who's not a part of the Discord yet, come on over to the discord.gg/modularmayhem, and we're gonna go a little deeper in this. Thanks everyone. Cheers.